Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We're going to be playing through some Shadowrun today. Yes, it's Christmas. No, I don't have any Christmassy games. So it's technically the most Christmassy game I have to play on my list right now because it's very close to Christmas. Or it takes place very close to it. But we are making a lot, or have been making a lot of good progress. So I want to try and get through it ASAP.
Yes, Shadowrun screams Christmas LOL.
We give people a gift. The gift of violence. We have to rerun through this combat because I got really screwed over. Trigger.
The only adept I am is in adept LOL.
Hey Ray, how you doing? Glory missed. Here, up there. Okay, we want to hit them because they take over this guy.
Merry Christmas, red heart emoji, green heart emoji.
There with our hit.
Merry Chrysler and Happy Toy Oterthon.
Happy holidays. Okay. Glory. Really? 3 wound. 5 wound. 4 wound.
So my mom wanted me to come over for Christmas and I just wasn't really feeling it. But then she said she was making eggs Benedict Christmas morning. So I guess I'm going home for the holidays.
I opened myself up to that one.
Lamau.
Tiger. Auto.
I I love how the extra life redeem is once per stream, but the gift sub isn't nifufu. Redeems 4 subs.
It should be once per. Well, technically, the gift sub is just for yourself. I should point. I could make it once per person, but there's also. You know.
It says others.
Does it? Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to reconsider that.
Not that I'd actually redeem 4 subs.
Yeah.
But I have the points.
Why is it so hard to hit this dude? He's a nerd.
You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
You hit a guy with glasses. Okay.
Oh, you hit a guy with glasses.
I wish I hadn't have did that. Oh, that's frustrating. This is probably the worst combat in the entire game.
I should watch Wreck-It Ralph again. Even if I can't stand Sarah Silverman, LOL.
That's the one from the shooter game, right? Is her character?
No, that's Jane Lynch.
Sarah Silverman. Oh, is Sarah Silverman the can't even think of her name right now.
Silverman is Vanellope.
Vanellope, yeah. Intended to do, but work. Maybe I should have done slightly different order and had this guy move up. Shoot over that way. Okay, that was a huge improvement on the situation. Damn it. Fucking misclicks.
Shadowrun glitches are not scary.
I am very scary. I'm in 2D mode. You. Pop your head as well. So just keep on the axe. Cool. So now we can just bypass that part of the fight a little. You up here, Dietrich. Okay. I think that's a rigger right there. He's going to try and hack the troll. As long as he can't see the troll, though, we're good. Not enough key to get there. Cool. That makes things significantly simpler.
Sorry, a little AFK lol.
Oh, good, right? Shout out for you. They one-turned me.
Thanks for the shout out.
And the game's gonna hang up again. There. Just gotta get to that elevator. Jeez, so Captain, Grenadier, Conjurer, Guard, Mage, Bird. Okay, you do this thingy. Wow, okay. That was so far wide, but it was worth a shot. Oh, man. That mage is gonna die regardless. Grenadier's out of the picture. No, it just escaped. Ah, that's great. That's really great. I have to load the whole fucking thing again because fucking someone had to go and get killed. Okay. You up a bit. motherfuckers. Gotta love those misclicks. Can I... Banish that. It's got 1 in 5 chance of breaking out, basically. Even if I reduce. Mark the Conjurer. We can also laser target on Enforcer, Sniper, Captain, Grenadier. Right, we'll do the Grenadier. Reload. Oh. There we go. Okay, Conjurer's down. Ah, hit. Okay. Itty. Should be safe enough to get going now. That reload. Okay, now get out of here. You step into the garage, prototype in tow. Herr Schmidt's van awaits. Decision time, boss. He shakes his head. Can't say I like the idea of handing this thing over to Schmidt. Lord knows what he's going to do with it. Dietrich's right. We're not talking about a piece of merchandise. There's a living troll buried under all that chrome. It's your call, boss. Can't say I envy you the decision. As you approach the Mark VI, its head turns to track you. Its body is held at rigid attention. God, that's eerie. It's almost like it's waiting for something. If Glory disabled the Mark VI's control circuits. All right, I'll see what I can do. Glory takes a moment to examine the protrusion at the base of the Mark VI's spine. Then she pops the case on the cyber zombie's control unit. Her sculpted fingers flicker and dance in the Mark VI's circuitry. A moment later, a strange shiver runs through its body. It stumbles forward, lurching awkwardly on its feet. A few seconds later, it seems to recover. It stares at its hands for a moment, then turns to face you. The Mark VI speaks 2 words, his voice as brittle as broken glass. Thank you. Slowly, mechanically, the cyber zombie reaches up to grip its head in both hands, and it squeezes. Caught in the vice-like grip of those heavy industrial cyber arms, the Mark VI's cyber skull might as well be made of tinfoil. The air fills with tortured sounds of tearing plastic and buckling steel. The Mark VI gives a final heave, and its armored skull crumples like a paper cup. Its body goes slack, and it topples to the ground, dead. Glory looks into your eyes and can see a flicker of warmth. That was the right choice, Necrometer. Clearly wanted to die. Dietrich puts a hand on her shoulder. Let's load the body into the van, Glory love. Herr Schmidt won't be happy, but the hell with him. He never said that the Mark VI had to be returned alive. The back of Herr Schmidt's van is easily roomy enough to hold the corpse of the Mark VI. And the Mark VI's body back to your client. The U-Bahn feels especially cramped on your ride back to the cruise bazaar. In your mind's eye, you can still see the carnage that you left behind at the AG Chemi building. Memories replay themselves over and over in your mind, fleeting visions of a hulking thing made of muscle and chrome. You put them aside, shelve them for later. The job is over. It's time to collect your pay. Your PDA rings and the face of your fixer, Paul Amsel, appears on screen. I've uncovered some terrible information. The team is assembled at the safe house. Please meet with us there when you are able. One last DVD. Might as well use the rest of the coasters to be prepared. But he's still a brute of a man. I'm unimpressed with his manner. His poor hygiene disgusts me, but he's very good with holding. Back. Jobs directory. Claim payment. Well, your work unsatisfactory would be an understatement. When I said that I wanted the prototype, it should have gone without saying that I wanted it intact and operational. You technically fulfilled the terms of our arrangement, so you will get paid, but don't ever expect to work for us again. Second later, second message pops into your inbox. Definitely needed more hit points, so we just decided to dump in there. As you step forward, the rest of your team falls silent. Damsel shifts his attention to you. You can see the worry on his face. Necrometer, I have new information. I'm afraid the news isn't good. You said over the comm. Go on, we're listening. 2 years ago, a large shipment of highly lethal radioactive bioweapon disappeared en route to a storage facility in Dresden. The weapon was designated X-15. Traced the path of the missing shipment, it was delivered to Harfeld Manor. Well, that sounds horrible. It is. I've heard of this stuff before. Back in the service, we called it Doom. I've never run across it in the wild, but I've heard it's enough horror stories to know that I don't want to. The stories that you've heard are correct. This Doom is an extremely dangerous substance. He gestures to a technical document on his computer's display. I've been reading up. To this day, the story of Doom remains a cautionary tale in biotech circles. Monoclonal antibody technology is strictly regulated now, and this substance is one of the reasons why. What does this stuff do exactly? Amsel clears his throat, then reads aloud from the information on screen. Doom kills by destroying a host's muscle tissue via radioactive decay. Each individual Doom antibody is bound to a radioactive bismuth-212 isotope. When introduced into a host, these antibodies bind to surface-level muscle tissue. The tissue is then killed with alpha radiation. The process repeats itself until the host wastes away and dies. Jeez. Iger nods grimly. I've heard that Doom was deployed in a couple of border skirmishes back in 41. After seeing what it did to people up close, the UCAS passed a unilateral ban on the stuff. If that doesn't tell you how bad it is, nothing. Okay, so I hesitate to ask, but what would a dragon want with this trick? Nothing good. That much goes without saying. This development worries me, Necrometer. It worries me greatly. So the dragon has a bioweapon. All right, good to know, but that doesn't change what we need to do. I'm with Necrometer on this one. This is interesting, scary even, but it doesn't actually change it. I mean, it ups the stakes if the Firewing's allowed to carry out her plans, whatever those might be. But we're gonna stop her before that happens. That was always the plan. As far as I'm concerned, it's still the plan now. I agree with Dietrich. We need to focus on what's in front of us. Whatever the dragon's larger plans might be, the fact is that she is after us. We shouldn't let ourselves get distracted by anything else. Amsel is slow to respond. Finally, he nods. Yes, I concur. For the time being, we must continue forward. And that means that you must continue working toward raising Alice's fee. I'll leave the matter in your capable hands, Necrometer. When you've acquired the necessary funds and are ready to head back out to the rabbit hole, let me know. From there, we will discuss our next steps. Iger nods. Good. If you need me, I'll be getting prepped for the next run. Right behind you, love. Dietrich casts a backward glance at Glory. If any of this has impacted her, she doesn't show it. Come on, Glory. Let's go. All right, we're going to take a quick break. And then we'll get back to this in just a few moments. All right. Let's talk to the crew a little bit. What you need, boss? Any thoughts you'd like to share on that last run? There was nothing about that run that didn't disgust me. What they did to that troll, he shudders. It wasn't right, boss, on any level. I don't care what anyone else tells you. You listen to me, Necrometer. What you did killing that thing, that was the right call. Yeah, it cost us some new yen, but letting that thing live would have been a travesty. Any updates? Nothing new. Okay. Back when we took on Humanus, you said that you fought in the Night of Rage. I'd like to hear more about that. He nods and fishes in his jacket pocket for his flask. All right, boss. We can talk about it. So I already mentioned that Berlin's punks and anarchists joined forces to fight off the racists, right? And after a long, bloody fight, we beat them. What I didn't mention was how I figured into all this. I'm an anarchist at heart, always have been, but at the time, I fit squarely into the punk camp. I was 32 at the time. Messer Kampf was still touring, not as much as we did back when we were kids, but we had a following. I guess I was sort of an elder statesman of the scene. When we rallied to fight the racists, my followers came along for the ride. A bunch of young kids and all full of piss and vinegar and the immortality of youth. I was full of that good old Dragon Slayer spirit, pissed off and itching for a fight. And so I led those kids into the fray. They waded into the riot right alongside me, yelling and screaming with fists in the air. I don't remember a whole lot of the fight itself, boss, but I do remember the aftermath. A lot of kids that followed me had grown up listening to my music. They had all my attitude, Necrometer, but none of them had my magic. And youthful enthusiasm is no defense against a knife or a handgun. I left the punk scene for all the reasons I told you, boss, but there was a bigger reason. And I saw it in those kids' broken bodies. This road that I'm on, it leads to the grave. I've got the power to make it a leisurely trip, but make no mistake, that is where I'm headed. Those kids tried to follow my footsteps and they wound up sprinting ahead of me instead. Better for me to stay out of the public eye and stick to the shadows. My stint as a role model was ill-advised. Any thought into what I said earlier? Yeah, boss, I have. It's an interesting idea, but there are risks. I'm thinking that this might not be the best of times to approach him about it. He's the source of my magic, remember. If our discussion turned into an argument, he could take all of that magic back in a heartbeat, and then where would we be? From what I've heard, from what you've told me about the Dragon Slayer, I don't think he'd like the way you're talking. Since when has he ever encouraged you to back down from a fight? You got a point there, boss. He wouldn't want me to back down ever. Not even from him. So I'm going to do this. I'll ask the Dragon Slayer about shifting priorities, I guess you'd say. Taking on some deserving organization and calling off the hunt for something more impressive than the Firewing. Of course, a fight like that would never really end. I'm never going to bring down a corp or polyclub all on my lonesome. He shrugs. Maybe that's not a bad thing. It'd take a lot of the guesswork out of life. I don't know, boss. If you have any thoughts about this, I'd love to hear them. Their corrupt is a good choice because they are actually led by a dragon as well. Why tie yourself to a specific group? Say keep it fluid. Stomp anyone that threatens the flux. Isn't that what Berlin is all about? Personally, I want to encourage him to go after humanity. Tempting, but like you said, I've already kicked the holy hell out of them twice. If I'm going to do this, it needs to be a step forward. The Dragon Slayer won't be satisfied with me retreading old ground. Yeah, flux. Interesting. That's a different approach, but I like it. Hang on a second, I'll ask. He closes his eyes and concentrates. Minutes pass. Slowly, a smile creeps across his face. Dietrich opens his eyes and turns to face you. Yeah. Yeah, I think that he'd like this plan just fine. That was it? That was all it took? Dragon Slayer doesn't mince words, boss. If he didn't like the plan, he'd have told me. Dietrich's grin wide. He looks more at ease than you've ever seen him. Well, boss, I've got myself a plan and a new target to boot. That's assuming, of course, that any of us make it through our current predicament alive. Yeah, Dietrich. Now you've got a handle on your connection with the Dragon Slayer, you could probably reach out to your old community again. Berlin's punks could benefit from your experience. He nods. Yeah, boss, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe I could give back a bit. I fix some damage I caused in my misspent. After we're done, finish dealing with the crisis in front of us, that is. Good thought, Eddie. I'll keep it in mind. Hell yeah. Iger glances up from her PDA at the sound of your approach. Necrometer, this isn't the best of time. Her body language is self-assured, but you can hear the anxiety in her voice. Something has her worried in a big way. Talk to me, Iger. When something's put you on edge, I want to know what it is. There's a long pause. Finally, she turns her PDA so that you can look at the screen. This. The image that greets you is a holopic of a real thin orc with jet black hair. Who am I looking at? His name is Yuli Kozlov. He's better known by his handle, the Engineer. He's a mercenary, ex-Spetsnaz, one of the best in his field. I ran up against him in my KSK days. Tell me more. His specialties are social engineering and wet work. In practice, he spends most of his time paving the way for organized crime syndicates to seize new territory. He sets up bribes, takes out key members of the opposition, and forges alliances with existing street gangs. All the groundwork that a syndicate needs. He's extremely bad news, Necrometer, and my contact spotted him in Schottenest. Sorry, I had another light on that was distracting me because I don't usually have it on. That's a little too close to the cruise bazaar for comfort. Exactly. I've seen what the Engineer can do up close. My KSK unit tracked him a few years ago. I had him in the sights of my rifle, but I was ordered to hold fire. We couldn't afford to give away our position. To this day, I regret obeying that order. I saw what happened to the town that he was softening up after the syndicate move. Necrometer, I have to stop it before it's too late. What happened to that town can't be allowed to happen again in Schottenest. Do you know who he's working for now? The safest bet would be a Russian syndicate, but there's no telling. His client list is longer than you'd expect. Any examples? Well, I know for a fact he's worked for mafia groups operating inside and outside of Russia. And he put in a lot of time in the Lobachevsky syndicate. He's taken contracts with the Triads as well. My contacts tell me he's even done a few jobs for Tamanov. That's a hell of a resume. Yeah, it is. She bites her lip and stares at the image on the PTA for a long moment. So, long story short, I'm going to have to step out for a mission or two. I know how important it is that we resolve the Fierce Ring situation. I get it, but I can't just sit back and let this happen. She shakes her head. I won't. If the cruise bazaar is at risk, this is too important a job to let rest on the shoulders of one person. I'm going to go with you in the story. Alright, fearless leader, you're right. I could use the help, but the others, they can't know about this. This is going to have to be a quiet job. 2 people max. You sure you're prepared for this? If you can't hold up your end, I'll be better off on my own. Don't worry about me, I'm solid. Yeah, I know you. Grab your things and meet me at Der Wine Killer. I have a contact who's gonna join us there. He can help us figure out our next step. Lori favors you with a weak smile. Her expression cautious. You suddenly are aware of how very small she is. Oh, Necrometer. I've got to admit, I've been dreading this. Now that you know what I've done, what I am, are you here to tell me off? I wouldn't blame you if you were. Any thoughts about the last round? Tinge of red crawls up Lori's neck. Necrometer, look at me. She extends her sculpted metal arms, chrome glints in the flickering light. I'm not far off from being what that poor troll was. When I think of what they did to him. She looks you in the eye. Her expression remains neutral, but the slight blush has spread from her neck to her cheek. It wasn't right, and you did the only thing that you could to make it better. You knew that it would cost you, and you did it anyway, because it was right. I won't forget that, Necrometer, not ever. And no, I'm not here to tell you off, truth be told. I want to check in and see how you were doing. Not great. Struggling. About how you'd expect. Well, we left off in a bad place last time. I've been thinking about your story, and I have a question for you. Yeah, what is it? You've escaped from Harrow, but he's still out there. If you're looking to atone for your past, don't you think shutting him down would be a good place to start? She holds her silence for a long time. Finally, she nods. Yes, I've been thinking about it, about this for a long time, Necrometer. And every time I've gotten close to making a decision, I've turned and run away again. No more running. I'm ready to face this thing, but I can't do it alone. I'm going to need your help. I'm glad we're on the same page. All right, if we're going to do this, we need to be clear about what our goal is. There's a lot of innocent people in that place. Lost street kids who got sucked in by Marta and other girls like her. Saving them won't be easy, but it feels like the right thing to do. But then there's also Harrow to consider. I want that man dead. Lord knows he deserves it. And if we don't make killing him our top priority, he might get away from us. If that happens, if he runs, he'll eventually start up another cult somewhere else, where we can't find him. And all this will have been for nothing. We're likely to run into other complications as well, so I think that we need to make a decision here up front. What would you do in my place? Rescue the kids or take down Harrow? I don't think we can manage both. Yes, he could just start over again, but I think doing greater good up front is still a better priority, typically. It's kids. I hate giving Hero a chance to escape, but you're right. Saving the kids is what's important. She pauses, considering her choice, and a smile flits across her lips. This feels like the path to redemption. This feels right. Glad to hear that we're in agreement. When you're ready to go, meet me at the van. It's a long drive from here to Schonbook. Fair. I'll go get my things. Oh, and thanks, Necrometer, for everything. Please help me find my daughter. Please help me find my daughter. She ran away from home. She is human, in her early 20s, with short blonde hair and a dated jack. She was last seen wearing a light blue dress. This is not exactly the place to be looking for missing kids. How did you even get in here? I paid good money to get on here. I was told you people could help. If you've got the new yen, you came to the right place. I sent you a number that you can reach me at. The old help me find my missing kid routine, a classic. My money is on escaped wage slave. Make sure you do your homework, Ruby. Anyone have a good backup plan for when you get stuck with the tracer? I barely managed to bug out of my apartment after a corp hit squad came knocking. Lesson learned, pat yourself down a couple of times and make sure you don't have a tail. But if I miss something, I'd rather keep my safe houses, safe. I've had good luck with RF blockers. I have a jamming grid set up near my safe house. It projects any signals to a few miles away where I've got some cameras placed. So when someone shows up there, I know they were trying to find me. Then I do a thorough sweep to find the tracker. Sure. How long does that go on before they give up? Usually rule of threes. I keep reprojecting the signal to different locations. In my experience, they give up after the third one is a dead end. Stop listening to that RF signal. Kind of neat. I remember some of these things for ideas for running a game. Necrometer, greetings. Amsel peers at you through a battered old pair of wire-rimmed glasses. There's something gentle about them. With his silver hair and tweed jacket, he looks more like an aging art history professor than he does a criminal go-between. Is there something I can do for you? Ask about the Cruise Bazaar. Fourth DVD. DVD player ramps up the speed, filling the air with a shrill whining sound. Green Winters' face appears on the screen. The timestamp on the video reads 2050, 04/28. This is it, the interview. Took some digging to find it, but here it is, my big brother, back in his prime. The note disappears for a moment, and for a moment the screen goes blank. Suddenly an image of a news correspondent flashes onto the screen, accompanied by a brief orchestral flourish. Timestamp in the upper right corner of the screen reveals the date, August 22nd, 2012. Thank you for joining us. We are coming to you live from the ruins of Sangerhausen, the fifth Pars mountain town to be sacked by Dragon Fierschmann. Standing to my side is the head of DL Defense, Dr. Adrian Valclair. Dr. Valclair has been hailed as a leader in the effort to bring down Fierschmann and end her reign of terror. Dr. Valclair tell us about your efforts to bring down the German. Killing the monster has proven difficult, to say the least. Her speed and maneuverability in the air are extraordinary. Her scales repel small firearms fire, and her breath can melt steel. Our R&D teams have been working around the clock to devise a weapon capable of bringing down the beast. In the interim, we are providing material support for the Luftwaffe's attempt to shoot her down via convention. Herr Valclair, why are you directing Deal Defense's energies to the killing of Fierschmann? Are there corporate interests at play in this? Corporate interests? No, this is a matter of human interest. Innocent lives are being extinguished at an appalling rate, and I'm in a position to help put an end to the slaughter. And so I must. It really is that simple. Dr. Valclair, you must understand my skepticism. Our viewers aren't looking for a PR statement. They're coming to us for the truth. I'm afraid that I don't have the time to go back and forth. Your viewers can think whatever they wish. My concern is in helping people affected by this tragedy. In that case, Dr. Valclair, I thank you for sharing your value. You're very welcome. To the viewers at home, Stay safe and watch the sky. Salvation is coming. I promise. Again, that was Dr. Adrian Valclair, CEO of DL Defense. Dr. Valclair is the chief architect of the military's current plans to bring down the Dragon Fury. Stay tuned for more late breaking news on the battle for the Harz Mountains. We'll be right back. Blade goes blank for a moment, then the face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. There's a look of astonishment on his face. Video reads 2054 1117. Holy shit, I just stumbled onto some of Adrian's old lab notes. I'm not going to say how I came across these, someone might get hurt if the wrong people watch this, but I've checked him against some of Adrian's old handwriting samples and they're legitimate. Holy shit, this is big. Alright. Okay, back up, slow down, breathe. He takes a moment to calm himself. Okay, so these notes, they pretty much confirm something that I'd always suspected. The Luftwaffe didn't shoot down Fierstein. I mean, they tried. They pumped thousands of rounds into the air around her, and they lobbed rockets at her for months. Lost a lot of attack helicopters and fighter craft in the process, but none of those things were responsible for taking her down. The Dragonfall was caused by an experimental warhead, one that Adrian and his DL Defense think tank designed. I don't understand the science of it, not even a little bit, but from what I can piece together, it looks like they designed some sort of chemical radiological agent that acts on the metagen. I don't think they fully understood what they were doing. It was 2012 after all. I mean, the process worked, but I don't know if they understood why. Anyway, when a warhead full of this stuff comes into contact with a dual-natured creature like a dragon, say, it drives a wedge between the creature's physical and astral form. The body gets put into a sort of hibernation state and the spirit is forced out. It also looks like this process can maintain that state of separation indefinitely, and that's a pretty horrifying thought. A discorporated body is supposed to die in a few hours. I've heard horror stories about ghost walking mages that get trapped in astral space, unable to rejoin with their meat. I heard they went crazy from the pain. If what I'm reading is accurate, it's entirely possible that Fierstwing has been trapped outside of her body for over 40 years. Winters pushes his chair back and slaps the table in front of him. This is why Adrian was always so cagey about the subject of Fierstwing after the Dragonfall. He knew for a fact that she was alive, even if only technically. Her body crashed down in the SOX, sure, but she wasn't dead. The government wouldn't let Adrian tell the public about any of this, of course. It'd interfere with the lie that they were feeding us, that the Firewing was dead, and that everyone was safe, and that people should stop hiding in their basements and get back to work again. But privately, he always said that she was still out there, somewhere deep in the SOX. I'd always thought that he was paranoid, but I was wrong. He knew. So what does all of this mean? It means that the stories that I got from the Ghost Rat suddenly sound a lot more plausible. I mean, it means that Fierstwing is definitely alive, and that Adrian's disappearance is unquestionably tied to her survival. It also means that Germany is in deep shit, because if Fierstwing is still alive, it's only a matter of time before she rears her head. Okay, that's enough for one night. I'm gonna go get it. Green Winters' face appears on the screen. He looks younger than you've ever seen him, but from the way he's carrying himself, he's clearly true. Timestamp is 2033, May 15th? Look, Adrian, I understand you. Lord knows I do, but you've got to drop this dragon fixation. People are starting to talk. There's a camera cut, and you find yourself looking at a young, handsome Dr. Adrian Valclair. He wears a slight smile on his face. Oh, they're talking. What a terrible shame. Damn it, Adrian, this is serious. You're a public figure. You could lose everything if you don't keep these ridiculous fairy tales to yourself. Herbie, my theories are not, as you call them, fairy tales. Dragons are real. I saved Germany from one. Have you forgotten? No, of course not. Everyone knows that you killed Fire. Stop. Not killed. Fine. Stop. Whatever. Winters swipes a bottle off the table in front of him and drains it and drops it on the floor. Call it whatever you want, but Adrian, you're the only one who's still obsessed with the damn thing. There aren't that many of them, and they're not taking over the world. Valclair's voice is quiet, soft. Such is the cry of the cancer patient, unaware of what's killing him. I'm fine, not to worry. I'll smoke another cigarette. What's the harm? He doesn't see what's happening, but he winds up dead all the same. Winter snorts. Now you're just being maudlin. Look, Adrian. Beauclair shakes his head. His smile has disappeared. You mark my words, Hermie. Within 5 years, corporations, even countries, will fall to these creatures. And the worst part is, nobody will care. Oh, but people will tut-tut about it. There may be a protest or two, but nobody will actually do anything to stop them. The immortal, all-powerful, utterly pitiless reptiles will seize more and more of our power, wealth, and territory. And we foolish, short-sighted mortals will never get it back. Green Winters chuckles uncomfortably, raises his hands in the air in a supplicating gesture. Come now, Beauclair talks over his brother's interruption. We could solve the problem, of course, but we, as a species, are unwilling to invest our energy into problems that aren't staring us right in the face. As it was with climate change, so it is with dragon. I've accepted that, but you can't stop me caring about it. Winters shakes his head. You're hopeless, Adrian. Fine, by all means, keep caring. Just keep your conspiracy theories to yourself. I'm telling you this for your own sake. Beauclair sighs. He looks incredibly tired. Yes, Hermie, you're right, of course. I mustn't jeopardize my credibility with the business. Winters' expression turns serious. His voice lowers. It's not just your credibility that I'm worried about. Talk is a talk, but sometimes he pauses, shakes his head. Sometimes I worry you. Sometimes I worry that you're really gonna go back to the SOS. Beauclair's tone softens again. Hermie, Winters cuts his brother off. A new intensity burns in his voice. Please, big brother, just drop all of this. Stop hunting the Firewing and start living your life again. If you won't do it for yourself, then Christ's sake, do it for me. Beauclair nods, then looks away from the screen. All right, Hermie, I'll try. Screen fills with text. User, Jolly Green Winters. Last active, 1/15/54. Male, human, Caucasian, muscular, 50 years old. Looking for FHET, athletic, 25 to 30. A fun-living guy who's also a great listener. I love hiking, clubbing, and all kinds of pet. I'm looking for a cute, funny, adventurous girl who's down to party. I don't respond to profiles without ping. No orcs or trolls. Sorry, ladies. Oh, human elf door. Okay. You're about to travel to Harrow's compound in Tübingen. Continue. The drive from the cruise bazaar to the Schönbuch forest was a long one. For over 6 hours, you and Glory rode in relative silence, with only the sounds of the road for the company. Now you find yourselves crouching in the woods, watching, waiting. Off in the distance, the rustic exterior of the Fürstelle looks curiously warm and inviting, but you know what's waiting inside. Anticipation churns at your guts like a living thing. Eventually, a van pulls off out of the compound's driveway and rolls along a service road before disappearing from view. Laura gives you a nod and begins to scramble forward. Harrow has left the field. It's time you make your way inside. The weathered edifice of the Fürstall looms above you, dark and sinister in the chilling night air. Despite the horrifying stories that Gloria has told you about this place, something about it feels strangely comforting. In the back of your mind, insidious voices whisper that you could stay here forever. Do you feel it? The lure of this place? Gloria gestures with a limb of chrome and steel. When I was a kid, when I was whole, the pool was irresistible. Yes, I can. Yes, I can feel it. You know, it's almost pleasant. It's meant to be. That's how it gets you. It warms its way inside of you, changes you, and you don't even realize what's happening until it's too late. Looks at you again. Her eyes are dark. When she speaks again, her voice is quiet but steady. You're going to see some terrible things here next. Your still exists to prey on the young. We're going to have to come face to face with that. Are you sure you're prepared to handle this? When you say the young, how young do you mean? I need to know what we're walking into. Teenagers mostly 16 through 18, though there is a rare exception. That's young enough to make me feel uneasy. She nods. Me too, but we're going to put an end to it, one way or another. So I'll ask you again, are you ready for this? I need an honest answer. I'm solid. She studies you for a moment longer, then looks away. Good. You want to compare notes, make sure that we're both on the same page? She nods. We save the street kids and runaways that are living here. Then we take them away from this place before Harrow can turn them into monsters. Keep them from following in my footsteps. Was it your run, Glory? I'm just here to help you see it through. So what do we do first? Harrow keeps a shrine in the compound. It's the key to his control over the cultists. We're going to purify the shrine and break that control. Then we're going to lead those kids out of it. Tell me more about this shrine. It's a lump of rock that's about as tall as I am, inscribed with runes and encrusted with bone. Its power comes from an entity that Harrow bound into the stone, something very old and very dangerous, a toxic spirit. In many ways, it is the heart of this place. The voices that you can hear whispering in the back of your mind, those are the spirit's voices. It saps the will of anyone who sets foot on these grounds. We can't save those kids until the shrine is dealt with. They'll fight us if we try. Any more details? How do we purify the spirit? Some sort of ceremony or ritual? Something like that. It'll be easier to just show you. I've got everything we need right here. She passes the satchel hanging from her shoulder. When the time comes, I'll conduct the ritual, but before I can do that, we're going to have to face the spirit on its own terms, and that's going to be dangerous. I attempt to purify the spirit at all. Why not just kill it? Spirit has its fingers in the minds and auras of every kid in the compound. If we kill it, those kids will get hurt. They might even be killed. We can't take that risk, but if we can cleanse the adversary's corruption from it, it might withdraw from their minds willingly. Let's get them out of here. Exactly. If the shrine controls the people here, how do you have anything to feel guilty about? Nothing that you did under Harrow was really your fault. Her face flushes red and she breaks eye contact with you. I wish that were true, but it isn't. Back before I ran away, Fearstell was nothing more than a cult personality that revolved around Harrow. He didn't need magical help to keep us here. We loved him and we believed in his message. He created the shrine as an insurance policy. And you think something has changed and that he started abusing the shrine. She nods. Yes, and I think that my escape was the cause of that change. I know Harrow. When I ran, I bruised his ego. His charisma and charm had failed him, and my disappearance rubbed his nose in that failure. He wouldn't be willing to chance something like that happening again, not when he had to prevent it. You're like, puppets, the shrine controls him? No, exactly. It's more insidious than that. Think of the shrine's influence as a drug. It lowers your inhibitions, makes you compliant. If you stay here for a couple of days, you'd fall in love with this place, and you wouldn't even know why. All of Harrow's bullshit would start to make sense. You'd be happy. In essence, all of the street kids are addicted to this place. It makes them a threat, yes, but it also makes them victims. Okay, I think we got everything we need. The razors flick out of her fingertip. With you. Let's do this. You can hear distant murmuring coming from inside the room. 3, maybe 4 people talking amongst themselves. You can't make out what they're saying, but one of the voices sounds desperate. You heard the tone before. Sound of a man pleading for his life. We should keep moving. Whatever's going on in there, we don't want to get involved. Looks like somebody's in trouble in there. I don't doubt it, but we can't do anything about that. The cultists in there have been brainwashed by Harrow. Whatever they're doing, they aren't doing of their own accord. Alright, are you in? The doorway shimmers with a faint red light. As you approach the door, you can feel a squirming sensation in the back of your skull. Your limbs begin to tingle, then feel heavy. The closer you get to the doorway, the more of a struggle it is to continue forward. It feels as though your strength is being siphoned from your body. As you step away from the door, the crawling sensation gradually recedes. A moment later, the strength returns to your limbs. Glory stares into the light, frowning. The shrine room is through there, but this barrier wasn't here before. Harrow must have warded the doorway after a ram. How do we get through? The ward is like a lock. There must be a key. Back when I helped Harrow run this place, he and I were the only ones allowed in the shrine room, so we look for whoever has taken my place. That's where the key will be. How will we know who that is? It'll be a girl. Harrow would never take a male as his second. He wouldn't want the competition. And her hair will be fire red. It's sort of an insignia of rank within the cult. Girl with red hair. Got it. An ostentatiously large tome sits cradled on this pedestal. The paper is robust and fibrous, and the binding has been expertly stitched. A steel plate running along the book's spine anchors it to the pedestal. Glory stares down at it, frowning. Harrow's manifesto, the handcrafted line of bullshit that he feeds his initiates. We all ate it up with a smile, came away convinced that he was a genius. He leaves through the pages with an articulated finger. Looks like he's expanded it over the last few years. is at least twice as thick as when I lived here. Maybe there's something in there that we can use. I wouldn't want to hang around long enough to find out. This is Harrow's personal library. He used to experiment in here. There were dangerous things in here, Necrometer. Sick things. I was never allowed in this room without Harrow. Nobody was. He said that it was for our safety, and I think he was telling the truth. She pauses. I feel uneasy being in here. I don't want to stay any longer than we have to. Okay. Agreed. Come on, let's go. Hack the terminal. It looks as though this terminal is used exclusively for financial transactions. After a bit of digging, you find a list of payoffs to local law enforcement, paid by Harrow, no doubt, to ensure that the police look that way. As you open the fridge door, a whiff of ammonia sticks in your nostrils. Watery light glints off the door's polished interior. The fridge is stacked with full of large plastic bins, all tightly sealed and neatly labeled. It's hard to tell through the opaque plastic, but they appear to be full. Pop the lid off the container to take a closer look. First thing that hits you is the smell. The meat in here is beyond rancid. White mold frosts the side of the bin, and it's all you can do to keep from gagging. As you rush to put the lid back on, you recognize the familiar shape in this rock, a mingled human hand. Is that what I think it is? Glory's voice is flat. Ritual supplies. The adversary prefers them aged. Harrow teaches all of the initiates how to do it, how to harvest the meat, how to store it, how to label it. Nobody likes doing it at first, but you learn. But by the end, it doesn't even bother you anymore. This is beyond fuck. We need to shut this place down. Rescuing the initiates will put a dent in Harrow's operation for a while. At least they'll be safe. She turns away from you. Come on, let's keep moving. This is the Initiate's dormitory. New arrivals are brought here. There's still hope for these kids, Necrometer. Harrow hasn't had a chance to ruin them yet. Good to know. We'll try and get them out of here. Glory raises a hand, suddenly alert. Wait, listen. Movement in the other room. You strain your ears to listen, and soft voices from inside the room come drifting out of a nearby vent. You hear a woman's voice. The sound is crisp and smooth and sweet, and it instantly puts you at ease. Now, dear. It's probably nothing. No need to worry yourself. We're so far off the beaten track, we don't get a lot of visitors. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see Gloria's back tipping. She flinches as though she's been stung. Another voice, high-pitched and pleading, an adolescent boy. But what if it is someone? What if the bad people have found us? What if they followed me here and they've come to... Female voice cuts in, soft and comforting. Well, then we'll send them away. You're perfectly safe here. You have to believe it. Don't worry, dear heart. Harrow won't let anyone hurt you. Not here, in this place. Not ever again. You hear another boy's voice. This one is deeper. Are you certain, Marta? Positive. Be calm, all of you. As long as you're here with us, nothing bad will ever happen to you. That name sounds familiar. She gives a curt nod. It should. Marta was the bait that Harrow used to lure me here. What do you want to do? Glory pauses, grits her teeth, finally spits out an answer. If she's still here, she'll be Harrow's number one. my old position. He had his way with all of us, but he was always sweet on Martha. That means she'll have a key to the shrine room. In that case, we're going to have to find a way to get it away from her. Yes, but not here and not now. Those kids in there, they'll all die for her. They already love her. That's what she does. We can't risk confronting her in that room. If the situation turns ugly, any one of those kids will happily eat a bullet for her. And that's not what I came here to do. I came here to save those kids, not get them killed. We'll wait until Marta leaves and follow her. Glory nods her head. Marta's voice flows back through the vent. Hush now, boys. And get some rest. You've got a big day tomorrow, the biggest day of your life. You get to meet Haro. I promise you, after you speak to him, you'll see the whole world in a different way. A better way. The adolescent voice trembles out of response. All right, Marta. Have a good night. A lovely musical laugh pours through the vent. You too, dear heart. All of it. You hear the distant sound of a door sliding shut. Glory takes a deep breath and releases it. Coast is clear. We can handle the initiates. They're just a bunch of scared kids. Without Marta there to egg them on, they won't try anything. Not like the present. Glory pauses at the side of the van. She traces the side of it with a claw. I remember cruising to the back alleys of Tübingen and looking for kids in need of help. The bait girls, Marta and others like her, would offer them money, food, or drugs or sex. Whatever it took to get them into the van. Then once they piled in, Haro and I would be waiting to greet them. I remember so many nights like that, she frowns. I remember how much I used to enjoy it. Coming back here shows integrity, Glory. And those runners I know wouldn't have done what you're doing tonight. Not to my own devices, I probably wouldn't have. You pushed me to do this, to find some semblance of redemption. I owe for that. Don't thank me until we're safely back in the cruise bazaar. We still don't know how this is going to turn out. She nods. That's probably wise. We still have a long way to go. Speaking of which, we should keep moving. The initiate closest to the door whips his head up to look at you. He takes a stutter step back in alarm, then opens his mouth to cry for help. You don't want to do that. Glory looks them deep into the initiate's eyes, transfixing him. We're not here to hurt you. We're friends of Harrow's. Don't bother calling Marta out here. We're just going in there to have a word with her. The initiate eyes you nervously. His gaze flits to Glory, then falls to her cyber lips. He swallows. Yeah. Yeah, okay. He takes a step back. You do that. The initiate by the door is staring at Glory's limbs, her eyes wide. She's a mousy little thing, probably somewhere in the vicinity of 17 years old, with purple contact lenses and a shock of blue hair. She glances up at Glory, blinking. You used to live here, didn't you? I've seen your picture before. Glory's expression remains neutral. Really? I think so. I didn't look at it that long. It was in the room that I wasn't supposed to be in, but I'm pretty sure that it was you. It probably was. You're right. I did live here a long time ago. I was like you back then, a scared kid brought here by Marta for a chance at a new life. I like Marta. She's so nice. I always feel safe when I'm with her. Most adults aren't like that. They either don't notice you or they do for the wrong reason. But Marta, she cares about us. There's a long pause, and then the initiate looks to you. Screwing up her courage, she speaks. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, ask away. Well, I overheard Marta talking with Mr. Haro yesterday. I think they were talking about our meeting with him. The one that Marta was just telling us about, where we'll learn to see the world in a different way. Go on. Well, I couldn't really hear the whole conversation. It was all muffled, but What I could hear was kind of weird. Mr. Harrow said some stuff about a shrine, and then it sounded like he changed the subject because he started talking about dinner. Something about chopping up meat. Well, Marta got real upset and said they're too new, they're not ready. Make the older ones do it. Stuff like that. But then Mr. Harrow said some other things, and then she calmed down again. And when she left, she was smiling. I was just wondering, do you know what they were talking about? I want to make sure that Marta is okay, but I can't ask her about it because I don't want her to find out that I was eavesdropping. I think I know what Harrow has planned. Have you ever opened up the fridge in the other room? No. Why? Is that where we're going to make dinner? Glory cuts in, her voice is gentle. I wouldn't worry about it. We'll make sure that Marta is okay. All right, but don't tell her that I told you, please? Don't worry. We won't. How long have you been here? About almost a week. She shuffles her feet. Eventually, she looks up with a smile. It's wonderful. Of course it is. So much nicer than living on the street, isn't it? Glory's face is kind, but her tone is one of incredible sorrow. You be good, sweetie. Don't you worry. We'll take care of Marta. The girl smiles sheepishly and steps back. As you pass by her on your way to the door, Glory shoots you a sidelong glare. Like I thought, things have changed in the past few years. How so? Back when I lived here, Howard would never have let such a fresh convert prepare a sacrifice. He'd wait until she was in so deep, until she felt so indebted to him that she couldn't turn tail on him. It was a rule. You let the newcomers get settled for a month, maybe two, before teaching them the more unsavory aspects of cult life. Even then, you'd start them off slow. First lessons would use pork or chicken, never human meat. That didn't come until much later. Indoctrinating a new recruit is, after a week, is risky as hell, and he would never have done it when I lived. The shrine, he's using it to brainwash the initiates faster than he used to. He nods. That's what I'm thinking. Harrow's getting lazy, letting his captive spirit do the heavy lifting for him. What does this mean for us? I'm still working on that, but I don't think that the shrine is just a tool for Harrow anymore. I think that he relies on it. He's using it as a crutch. She cocks her head slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. I think that he's let himself become dependent on the damn thing. Good. If the shrine's influence is the only thing keeping these kids here, that'll make our job a lot easier. She nods, a fierce look in her eye. On that, we are agreed. Marta is just on the other side of this door. However this goes, we're going to have to move quickly after. If she dies, Harrow will know it, and I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut if she lives. So we take the key to the shrine room, break through the ward, and confront the spirit. Are we clear on that? Crystal, let's do this. The woman in this room is lovely. Full lips contrast artfully with her elvish features, and a tumble of fine red hair spills down over her shoulders. Beyond her physical beauty, there's something inherently approachable about her. She exudes an almost palpable aura of kindness and warmth. Marta, Glory's old lover, the lure that Harrow used to draw her, and so many others to fear still. She looks up with a start at the sound of your approach. Her eyes go wide to the sight of Glory. As she takes in her cyberware, her mouth falls open in horror. Glory? Yes, Marta, it's me. Glory's voice is cold. It's been a long time. It has. Marta swallows. Oh, the horrified look hasn't left her face. Glory, what have you done to yourself? What I had to do. I got out, Marta. This was the only way. Oh, Glory. All at once, the horror on Marta's face is replaced with an expression of profound sorrow. I'm so sorry. Marta steps forward, her arms extend to wrap Glory in a hug. All at once, something in Glory's face changes. Her skin goes from pale to pallid, and her breath becomes ragged. She takes a step back and raises her claws in a defensive posture. Her voice frosts over with cold rage. Don't you touch me. You're one of Harrow's creatures. You always were. Marta stops short. One of his creatures? Glory, what are you talking? We're gonna take a quick break. 20 minutes past when I wanted to, but that's just how it goes. Be right back. You're cool, Glory. This isn't like you. Look at me, Necrometer. Take a good long look. I was forced to sacrifice my own body in order to escape from this place. To hack away what made me human, and she's the one who brought me here. That was your choice, Glory, not mine. I would never have wanted this for you. If you were unhappy, you should have talked to me about it. We'd have found a way to make things right. Nothing could have made this right. Nothing. If you'd left me where you found me, I never would have hurt anybody. My mother would still be alive, and I never would have sold my soul to that abomination that you all worship. I wouldn't have had to sacrifice my own body to escape from it. This place took everything from me, and it all started with you. She looks genuinely hurt. Harrow and I rescued you from a life on the street, a beautiful girl, homeless, penniless, living in a gutter. I pulled you away from all of that. I saved you. There's a long pause. Glory stares into Marta's eyes, her expression unreadable. I don't feel much anymore, Marta. Most of the time, I'm completely numb. But for you, I can make an exception. I hate you. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Glory. For my part, I still love you. Razor flicks out of Glory's fingertips. Her lip curls into a snarl. Another lie. The last one you will ever tell. I think we should hear her out. Something strange is happening here. She nods eagerly, her eyes fixed on Glory's razors. I'll prove it to you. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you, Glory. Not ever. She wheels to face you. Why are you listening to her? She's just telling you what you want to hear. That's her whole purpose here, remember? She's bait. Why should we listen to anything she has to say? I don't trust her either. I just want to hear how she's going to try to worm her way out of this. And I don't. I don't want to hear a fucking word of it. Glory begins to stalk towards Marta's position. All I want is payback, and I'm going to get it. All right, Glory, I didn't want this, but you win. Her hands begin to glow. Let me show you what our husband has taught me since you disappeared. Glory stands staring at the red ruin of Marta's body. Her eyes flit down to her claw, and an expression of growing horror creeps across her face. You okay, Glory? She takes a long time to respond. Her voice is choked with long dormant emotion. No, I'm not. Well, get your game face back on. We still have Harrow's Shrine to deal with. She snarls out an answer. Her face is flushed and red. Yes, I know. Back down and give me a moment. To your astonishment, you see that her eyes are welling with tears. Glory. All at once, the blood drains from her cheeks. She wipes the water from her eyes with cold middle hand. Save the consolation speech. I'm over it. Her voice is frigid, dead. She nods in the direction of the shrine room door. We got what we came here for. Let's go finish this. As you step forward, the scintillating red light that streams from the doorway flickers and dies. There's a strange lurching sensation in your gut, but it clears almost instantly. The door swings open with a touch. That seems to have done it. Glory nods and reaches out into her satchel. Her hand comes back out, clutching a small jar. I'm going to put a smear of this on your forehead. It's a sort of alchemical balm. Her voice goes quiet. Harrow taught me how to make it. She unscrews the cap from the jar, revealing a pale white ointment. The surface glitters strangely in the dim light. If you ever wondered where my share of the take from our job has gone, this is the end. Powdered orichalcum, said she. What does the ointment do? The boundaries between the material world and the astral plane are weak in this place. Things can bleed through. The balm is like a lens. It focuses your perceptions, makes the haze real. She applies a smear of the ointment to her forehead, then it looks like a glob of glittering wet paint. With this, we can deal with the spirit on its own level. Sounds like a plan to me. She dips her fingers back into the balm and traces it down your forehead. The ointment feels cool and oily on your skin. That's good, because we don't have another one. She fishes her in her bag a second time and pulls out a pair of silver necklaces, a rune inscribed and dingles from each. This will protect your astral self from spiritual possessions. Don't take it off while you're dealing with the shrine, whatever you do. Put on the pendant. Got it. Glory puts her on her own pendant. The necklace glitters slightly against her pale skin. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into that room, Necrometer. We're playing with forces out of our control. Are you ready to do this? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's go then. Once we've purified the spirit, we can see about rescuing those kids. Harrow will get away, but we can worry about that later. That's the plan. Let's do it. One last thing we do before we do this. I have reason to suspect that Harrow isn't the real power here anymore. I think that the spirit is. Explain. I think that when Harrow started using his shrine, he handed the spirit trapped inside of the keys to the kingdom. The bastard might think that he's in charge here, but he isn't. Not anymore. He's a servant, just like everybody else. The only difference is that he doesn't know it. What are you basing this on? We saw that the initiate in the fridge. What we saw with the initiate in the fridge. What we heard Marta say about the sacrifices, lots of things, but they add up. Anyway, I'm only bothering you with this because it's solid evidence that we're doing the right thing. If Harrow does escape, he won't be as much of a threat as we thought he was. Just wanted you to know. Thanks. Now let's do this. As you approach the shrine, a chorus of high, sibilant voices fill the air. The sound is light and airy, but something about it fills you with a bone-deep dread. Welcome home. Glory's eyes go wide. She opens her mouth to speak, but no sound escapes her. Glory, what? Something slams into you, a wave of intangible force, and turns your consciousness inside out as it sends shockwaves reverberating through your mind. The world lurches and everything goes black. Slowly, you begin to stir. Murky, flickering impressions invade the oily stillness of your unconscious mind. The sensations come in waves, washing up over you and jerking you back toward consciousness. You smell acrid smoke and burning meat. The roar of distant flames whisper in your ears. When your eyes flutter open, a dull red glare fills your vision. As you attempt to struggle to your feet, you become dimly aware of that the gravity here feels wrong. Everything is heavier than it should be. Slowly, the waves grow still and your senses calm. You find yourself staring into an infinite horizon. The blasted ruins of the Fierstell stretch out in all directions, as far as the eye can see. Is this astral space? No. Warily, she surveys your surroundings. We're someplace else. You're going to have to be more specific. I don't have answers for you, but there's one thing that I am sure of. Whatever this place is, the adversary holds sway here. If this is the adversary's domain, wouldn't that make this hell? No, she shakes her head. I don't think it's as simple as that. But the spirit we're hunting is going to be here, right? Yes, it should be here somewhere. As you step forward, you find yourself gagged. The air in this room is saturated with a slaughterhouse smell. A smell like blood and bile and feces. The stench of an abattoir. Up ahead, you catch sight of something sliding into the world. It looks like a charred man with a pair of tortured faces where its shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white-hot sparks in a fiery plume. An oily substance runs down between its dangling legs and spatters onto the floor, and where those drips land, they burn. Behind the creature, a second thing lumbers into view, a wall of muscle, sinew, and burning pitch. The things lurch towards you, leaving a trail of greasy smoke in their wake. Cool. That was a gamble, but it paid off. The thing hovering before you is hideous. Its broad chest is jacketed in scale-like patches of burning coal. and its many sets of antlers shimmer with heat. It smells like a barn fire, wood smoke, burning fur, and blackening bodies. The spirit inclines its head towards Glory and spreads its arms in welcome. Part of your still. Glory, welcome, child. It speaks in a chorus of clear, lilting voices. You don't hear them so much as feel them. The sensation is strange, like hundreds of butterflies fluttering in your chest. What a pleasure it is to see you again. Glory steps forward, trepidation on her face, standing before the towering form of the spirit. She looks frail and small. She takes a deep breath, steels herself, and speaks. I know what you were, spirit, before the adversary twisted, before Harrow bound you into this rock. She drops a hand to the satchel at her side. I can help you to be that again. All that you need to do is let. Spirit chuckles, a strange warbling sound that sends a shiver down your spine. We are not in need of help. We are our great master's servant, just as Harrow is, just as you are, despite your misguided attempt to cut away his love from your heart. The voice in your head softens, The voices in your head soften, become sad, but the fluttering in your chest turns ugly, like the buzzing wings of a swarm of blowflies. You have mangled yourself beyond repair, and you did it despite him. He, who was your greatest benefactor, you betrayed him, child, but he loves you all the same. Not the shit, spirit. We all know what your master's love does to people. Slowly, the terrible spirit begins to turn. You can hear the crack and pop of splintering vertebrae as its enormous head shifts on its shoulders. It fixes its cavernous gaze on you. Your friend, this outsider, slanders our great master, but we take no offense. His words are like the babble of a newborn babe. He is ignorant of the truth. The spirit inclines its head toward you. If the noise continues, we will teach him, and the babble will cease. Glory shoots you a sidelong glance. She mouths out a word. Don't. I have a message for you from our great master. He has gifted a gift for you, a peace offering, one that he offers freely, a sign of his continued affection for you. He knows that you desire his servant's destruction. As a symbol of his love, he will grant you the power to bring an end to Harrow. He knows that you wish to free the children of the Fearstill. As a sign of his compassion, he will help you set them free. You can have everything that you want, child, all of it and more. That's a nice pitch, Spirit, but you neglected to mention the price. Spirit leans toward her, clasping its hand. It will cost you nothing, a simple gesture, a trifle, a show of good faith. If you demonstrate your love for him, he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Remove the protection ward from your neck, and his gift is yours for the taking, yours forevermore. Glory cranes her neck to look up at the reeking, cadaverous thing that looms over her. I had my own limbs hacked off to get away from the adversary. I paid somebody to do it. That's how badly I wanted to be free of your great master. Your offer is as pathetic as it was predictable. To be frank, I'm disappointed in you. The barn fire stench of the spirit thickens, and its antlers glow white. The heat radiating from the thing is like an oven, kiln, a blast furnace. If you rebuke our great master a second time, I will chew what's left of you into mulch. The marrow from your bones will nourish the garden. I promise you this, child. I promise it. I have a better idea. She dips a hand into her satchel and produces a ceremonial dagger. The blade shimmers eerily in the light. We're going to purify you, spirit, and after we finish, you'll help us rescue those kids. The spirit cackles. Very well, child. If pain is what you seek, we will bring it to you. Beneath its leathery skin, the thing's bones begin to shift, straining against the ligaments and tendons that bind them. A hideous cracking sound fills the air as the skeleton splinters and pops. As you watch the spirit's body begin to rupture, great lesions open up in the creature's chest and back, and its rib cage cracks from some horrible internal pressure. The spirit's chest heaves and a foul liquid pours from the rips in its flesh. A flash of light stabs your eyes, and when your vision clears, you find 3 identical spirits floating before you. Death comes in many forms, child. The fluttering sensation in your chest grows into a rasping pain that steals breath from your lungs. It feels like you're being eaten alive. Yours will be swift and brutal. A figure materializes out of the shadow. The form is wispy and insubstantial, a projection of a man distorted by distance. Silhouette ripples like a flag in the wind. Through the haze, you can see his face. He is more beautiful than handsome, with sculpted features and an unnaturally youthful complexion. His expression is sad. Harrow. The voice is deep but faint and marred by echoes. It sounds as if he is shouting from the far end of a long tunnel. You shouldn't have come here. I was content to let you live out your life in peace. And I've come to put an end to this place, Harrow. This place and your pathetic, sickening cult. I don't want to kill you, Glory, and I won't unless you force my hand. The flickering silhouette spreads its arms wide. Ask me for my protection, and I will usher you out of this place. You can leave here still in peace. If you ask me politely, I might even let your friend leave with you. I won't abandon your victims here, Harrow. Not again. I'm going to burn this place to the ground. My only regret is that you aren't here in person to burn with it. The projection of Harrow sighs. A fight then. Very well. The air all around him begins to pulse with scintillating bursts of color. His rippling transparent form glows with heat from within. You brought this upon yourself. Arc. Maybe the easiest one to arc. I see. Okay. That's annoying. That's annoying that he could just keep doing that. I'll take. Weakened, the spirit's form flickers and sparks. The burning coals that cling to its body fall off in clumps, and the searing antlers begin to cool. The chorus of lilting voices warbles and shrinks as its body transmogrifies into something else. Through the haze, you can see Harrow's eyes go wide. At once, his rippling silhouette begins to fade back into the shadows whence it came. His body becomes insubstantial. Go ahead and run, you fucking coward. Run back to the real world, and whatever hole you crawled out of, we'll catch you. Shadows in the shape of shadows in the shape of a man smile back at you. The distance in his voice is increased. It sounds like he's shouting from miles away. I don't think so. You don't even know where the real is, Glory. Oh, don't worry. We'll find you. We're good at that sort. The projection flashes you a condescending grin. Leave whatever you like, fool. It won't do you any good. Years from now, I'll still be doing what I do, and you will have accomplished nothing. Go ahead, Harrow. Try and set up another cult. You won't get far before I hunt you down. The projection chuckles. The sound is thin and hollow. You know better than that, but nothing makes me happier than the sound of you lying to yourself. Goodbye. The shadow slowly dissipates and Harrow is gone. Son of a bitch. Glory continues, staring for a long moment at the spot where the projection of Harrow vanished. Her expression is unreadable. Slowly, she turns away. The spirit's writhing form continues its transformation. Grizzly claws buckle, break, and reform. Hard bone begins to heal. The barn fire stench of it slowly dies away, replaced by an array of more pleasant smells: oak and pine, mineral oil, rustic feasts, and mulled wine. As it cools, the spirit raises its head. Its body is as shaky as a newborn foal's. What has happened to us? What have we done? You did what the adversary wanted you to do. Use your imagination. But we couldn't. You don't get to run from this. You've committed unspeakable acts, Spirit. Loathsome, unforgivable crimes. You've corrupted children, turned them into killers. You've been party to violence, torture, and the desecration of corpses. You've created monsters. The spirit cringes, shaking its head from side to side. It doesn't speak, but a low rumbling sound emanates from somewhere deep in its chest. Unpleasant to think about, isn't it? But you have to, spirit. You can't run from what you've done. Your actions are a part of you, whether you like it or not. The rumbling sound turns into a tormented howl. Noise conjures images of mourning mothers and caged animals, screeching orphans and dying men. It is the sound of pure, unmitigated despair. Glory takes a step toward the giant creature. Listen to me, spirit. I need your help. We're here to rescue the cultists of Fierstell. Street kids whose minds you touched. We're getting them out of here before the adversary can do to them what it did to you. The spirit stares at Glory for a long moment. Finally, it dips its head and nods. Yes, we will help you. Good. Now get out of those kids' minds. We have already done so. The cultists of Fierstell are themselves again. The spirit bows its head. We wish to do more. We have much to atone for, as you said. Just what do you hope to do? Make amends, heal the sick and the wounded, bring them succor of hearth and home. But we can do nothing without your help. We are still bound to this shrine, anchored here. We cannot leave without your assistance. Tell us what you need us to do. We need an appropriate vessel to carry us out of the rock, something touched by magic, but more dead than alive. It dips its head. Do you have anything that can help us? Gingerly, she reaches up and wraps a hand around the protective ward that hangs around her neck. Yes, I think that I do. With a single motion, she snaps the chain. The pendant falls to the floor. The heart of Fierstell lowers its eyeless head, then traces an elaborate gesture into the air. A warm glow envelops it, and a similar glow spills from Glory. There's a bright flash, and the spirit is gone. Glory, are you okay? Slowly, she rises. She looks you in the eye, a quizzical expression on her face. I can feel it. The spirit. It's bound to me. So what does that mean for us? Can the spirit help us, like it said? See for yourself. She raises an arm, and you feel a burst of warmth that comforts and comfort in your chest. It wants to help people, to heal them. It wants redemption, just like I do. Together, maybe we'll find it. Behind your eyes, your vision starts to twist. It feels as though you're being turned inside out. Time to go. The spirit's linked, the adversary severed. This entire reality is falling apart. See the real world, Glory. Yeah, she offers you a grateful smile. I'll see you. I don't remember this storyline. Slowly, you swim back to consciousness. Struggling to your feet, you find Glory standing and alert. I can feel them. The spirit set them free, but they're trapped somewhere in the complex. Let's get to them in a hurry then. Feels like this place is shaking itself apart. Be on your guard. The connection between this compound and wherever we were is breaking down. As that place disintegrates, more and more things are spilling through. Like rats fleeing a sinking ship. She nods. Yeah, and it's only a matter of time before Fierstell is consumed too. Look in the corner there. You can already see it happening. I'll take your word for it. Let's move. As you kick the door open and stumble forward into the room, you find yourself surrounded by a sea of teenage faces. Initiates and acolytes, huddled together and trembling. With the spirit's influence cleared from their minds, their swagger is gone. They look frightened and lost, like kids who have had their security blankets torn away. Glory, is that you? The acolyte is in his early 20s, close to Glory's age. His eyes are wide with astonishment. You don't know me, but I was a new initiate back when you lived here. When you were... She cuts in, her voice is gentle. Yes, it's me. Come on. We're taking you to safety, someplace far away from here. Scrawny teenager in ratty coat stares at Glory's chrome. His mouth hanging slack, his voice cracks when he speaks. What happened to you? Your arms? Something that you'll never need to worry about. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Couldn't have put it better myself. Come on, people, we're taking you someplace safe. You thread your way through the trees of the Schonbuck forest, tracing your way back to the thicket where you and Glory hid the band. The inferno that consumed Fürstell is spreading, and the conflagration casts the forest around you in a sinister orange light. The heat at your back is intense, unbearable. Far ahead, Glory blazes a trail for you to follow, shredding the foliage in her path. The liberated initiates teeter on the edge of panic as they struggle to keep pace behind you. The fire is moving fast, but you're faster. As Glory helps the last of the kids into the van, you put the vehicle in gear and punch the accelerator. The burning ruin of Fürstell recedes into the distance, a glowing speck in the rearview mirror. The peace and safety of the cruise bazaar lies ahead. Dwarf has a distinctly Eurasian appearance. He peers up at Iker through almond-shaped eyes. The rest of his broad face is dominated by strong Slavic features. He nods to himself and puts down his mug of soy kef on the edge of the table. A plate of day-old pie cools in the haze of cigarette smoke. Hi, Iker. Been a long time. He taps a thumb on the rim of his coffee cup. Keeping busy? You could say that. Necrometer, this is Bannock. He's a friend. The dwarf scoffs. I don't know if I'd go that far. Nothing personal, you understand. If I were to start keeping friends, I might call you one. But in my experience, friendship and obligation go hand in hand. A solitary life is cleaner. She smiles. Professional acquaintance, then. The dwarf nods. Better. Now, let's get down to business, shall we? Let's. We need intel on the engineer. Where's he been staying, who he's working for, and how long he's been in shot test. Whatever you've got, we want it. He spears a hunk of pie with his fork, crams it into his mouth, and starts to chew. A moment later, he shrugs. I've had worse, and of course, I'll give you what I can, but I don't know much. I can point you in the right direction. That's all. Just tell us what you can. We'll handle the heavy lifting. The dwarf nods and fumbles in his jacket pocket for something. A moment later, he produces a weathered paper map and spreads it on the table. All right, what you're looking for is at the northwest quadrant of Shuttlers. This is gang territory, all of it, these days. The whole Keys is being held by Rambok. I've had a run-in with Rambok before. We can handle them. Wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. The guy that filled the power vacuum when their last leader bid it is a real piece of work. But hey, maybe you're right. I hope so for your sake. He stabs a meaty finger down on the faded silhouette of a building. This warehouse right here is Rambok HQ, and that's where the engineers stay. Wonderful. Iger exhales heavily. If he's staying there, he must be arranging some sort of deal with them. That'd be the safe bet, and they haven't pulled their guns on him yet, so it's fair to assume that negotiations are going well. I'm sure that I don't have to tell you this, but the last thing we need is an alliance between some foreign syndicate and Rambok. No good can come of that. Can't argue with that. Now, I can't tell you who the engineer is working for. You'll have to ask him that yourself, but what I can do is make it easier for you to have a sit-down with him. Bannock reaches under the table and brings up a canvas bag. He places it in front of you and pushes it forward. Don't open that in here. There are people in this room who would kill you for what's in that bag. You gonna tell us what it is, or do we have to guess? He lowers his voice to a soft whisper. You have to lean in to hear him clearly. What you're going to find in there is a gadget about the size of a water pistol. Has a rubberized grip and a hair trigger. It's good for one shot. Is it a stun gun? No. He pauses for a moment, playing with his fork. Well, not really. For your purposes, you might as well think of it as one. The object in question is a cyberware deactivator. I had it shipped here, at great personal expense, from a supermax prison in the UCAS. He traces a twirl in the air with his fork. The warden owed me a favor. Iger whistles appreciatively. Very nice, Bannock. This should make this easy. Not easy. Possible. I wouldn't be giving it to you if the job could be done without it. The engineer is rocking a Delta-grade move-by-wire system. Unless you can shut it down, there's no way in hell you're going to catch him. And if we do shut it down, he'll be forced into a state of permanent seizure. He shrugs. Only until he gets the thing up and running again. Deactivated isn't the same as broken. Dwarf shovels another heaping forkful of pie into his mouth. He chews softly. Until then, his life will be a living hell, but I can think of worse things to use as a bargaining chip. Remember, if you need to know who he works for, the more you can take him out of his comfort zone, the better. Looks like we have a plan. Iger nods. Sounds that way. Thanks, Bannock. We'll let you know how things work out. Don't bother. I'll be watching. Any thoughts about that last run you'd like to share? Nah, nothing we haven't already talked about. How'd that whole Emily situation work out? Bring up anything new? Yeah, well, sort of. It's mostly speculation, truth be told. So what's the deal? Is she working with the Azzies or what? No, I don't think so, but I do have a new lead. After our talk, I went wading into all of the Az Technology Matrix hubs that I could find. Nothing too deep, don't worry. I didn't want to set off any alarm bells, but I had a hunch that if I poked around long enough, I'd find something that might lead me to Emily. And sure enough, I did. A message from the genuine article herself. She messaged you? Sure enough, she sent me a note. Want to hear what it said? I'll tell you. The note said, and I quote, "Lay off, Blitz. I told you to leave me alone. You've shown admirable self-control over the past year. Please don't give up on it now. I'll be back when I can, if I can. Until then, keep away from me for both our sakes." So I found her. And she wants nothing to do with me. Again. No explanations, no apologies, just a verbal pat on the head. I've shown admirable self-control? Really? She makes it sound like I'm a toddler or something. So did you lay off like the message said? Hell no. I wasn't going to stand for that. Where does she get off stealing from me then acting like it was my fault? I tried to trace the message like any good Decker would. And did she succeed? No. She's good, Necrometer. Better than I ever thought she was. I couldn't trace the damned thing. I could keep digging, though. I mean, if she noticed me before, I must have been close. Now, before you say anything, I was more discreet this time. I can be subtle if I have to. Nobody noticed what I was doing, and I did find another clue. I hesitate to ask. That's okay, I'll tell you anyway. I found a connection between Emily and Satyr Krupp. So you think she works for SK then? That she stole the encrypted data from you to give to them? Well, maybe. I don't know. It's confusing. I was also able to track down some message fragments connecting her to Shock Wallen. So maybe she was a Satyr Krupp mole and she got close to me so that she could, I don't know, so she could profit from my dicking expertise. Maybe when she told me not to steal the data that she was using reverse psychology. That's gotta be it. She must have wanted me to take it. He frowns and shakes his head. But then again, maybe she's with the Shock Wallen Reacher and she's screwing both the Azzies and SK over. If that's the case, then maybe she was with me because she genuinely wanted to be. He pauses for a moment, considering. Then all at once, he seems to perk up. His chest puffs out, and he nods once, decisively. In either case, I should make an effort to find her. She's playing a dangerous game. Whether she's with SK or the Shock Wallen Reacher, maybe she's gotten herself in too deep. She might need help. I mean, Why else would she send me such a cryptic message? It's up to you, Blitz. At the end of the day, you're going to do whatever you want to it. Yeah, he nods excitedly. If he caught the dismissive tone of your words, he doesn't show up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is up to me. It's up to me to save the woman I love. Blitz clasps his hands, then rubs them together in excitement. Quee! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How's everyone doing? How's the rest of your stream? Did we make it to 48 hours? Welcome in, Loopy. Rangers, if you need to do anything, please see to your needs first and foremost. Remember, this is all for fun. You're under no obligation to hang out, though. Just appreciate if you want to sit around and chat while we play through some shit. Dragonfall. I'm Necrometer, a variety streamer here on Twitch, and we also stream for the benefit of Extra Life. We are currently raising money for UCSF, Benioff Children's Hospital. I am terrible with words today. Fuck. I'm probably just tired. Currently we've raised $430. We'll be doing a thing for having hit $400 tomorrow where I'll be reading some stories. Hopefully I'll be able to read. Go check out Quee. Oh yeah, you're in Ragnarok still. Awesome. Yeah, let's get the Loopy Walrus. I'm tired. Get set, Chief. You're about to witness an event. When my gung-ho personality and legendary skills come together, the whole world stops to take notice. Squeezy trees. That's a cute emote.
Shrimp liches are not scary.
I am scary. I'll give you a hint. If this is as serious as it sounds, you're going to need help. No thanks, Chief. I appreciate it, though. This is something I need to do that I need to do alone. Besides which, I'm the best, remember? I know just the place to hit, and that same As Technology data node that I stole the information from in the first place. I already know that I can get past the security, and my gut tells me that I'll find him. Thanks for the encouragement, Chief. I knew that this was the right thing to do, of course, but you've helped me to quiet any lingering doubts I might have had. He nods to you, an expression of supreme confidence on his face. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a damn little distress to rescue. He's gonna get himself killed. Any updates? Glory stands, an introspective look on her face. At the sound of your approach, she turns to face you. She nods at you. Thank you for your help at Pure Still. Couldn't have done it without you. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to talk with you about that. After the things we saw in there, I'm not surprised. Go ahead, Necrometer. I'm listening. Arrow got away, just like you said he would. She frowns. Yes, and he's already putting distance between himself and Schoenbook first. How do you want to go about tracking him? Fighting Harrow is going to be a full-time job. I can't track him down while we still have a great dragon hanging over our heads. After we've dealt with Valclair and the Firewing, I'll devote myself wholeheartedly to finding that bastard and finishing this. But for now, we need to keep our eyes on the road ahead. What did you end up doing with the cultists that we rescued? Did you send them to Samuel? No, he has enough to worry about keeping the people of Crucifer safe. Those kids that we rescued, they've been damaged by Harrow's philosophies. They can get better, but it's going to take time. Trying to integrate them into our society too quickly would be dangerous. So where did they go? I took them to the talismonger, Algernon. He said that he knew a place where they could get help. It won't be easy for them, or quick, but they'll get better in time. You look distraught. Marta died. Are you holding up? Her expression clouds. As well as can be expected, my feelings on this are complicated. I don't want to push you on this if you don't want to talk about it. No, it's okay. I should talk about this. Running from it won't help anything. She looks away. Part of me still loved her, I think, but the rest hated her for what she represented. I am ultimately sorry that she's dead. Yes, killing her brought me no joy, but on the other hand, I'm not sure that what the alternative would be. Marta was a new definition of the term damaged goods. I can't even imagine the amount of psychological trauma she'd be carrying if she were alive today. It'd take her years to recover, and in that time, she'd still be dangerous. All in all, it's probably better that things turned out the way they did. That's what I keep telling myself. And there's my questions. Thanks for talking. Hey, typing. And thanks again. I mean that. So we've all been seeing this one floating around the tricks. This is some serious stuff. It's got heavy-duty corporate and all over it. Not a lot of players could be behind something like this. Ares or SK or maybe one of the big pharma corps. Say Sharing or AGC. Of course, you can never totally discount the Yazzies either. Tolstoy, my esteemed colleague, this is indeed a recipe for some top-shelf Drek. Whispers from the shadows say that this is sourced straight from the F state. Hello, boys. I'm a big fan. You know, long-time reader, first-time poster. Quite an interesting concoction you have there. Here, I'm just itching to cook some up. So many interesting properties to play with. I've already got a few tweaks in mind for my own special version 2.0. You sure you want to do that? This stuff doesn't play nice. The corps are really bad at sharing their toys. Oh, and the corps are really bad at sharing their toys. You can, of course, always share their secrets for them. You just got to make sure that you run a little faster than them. Always running, eh, CW? Like clockwork. I'm touched. Bandit, I'm touched by your concern, but don't you worry about little old me. I do declare this shall be ever such fun. Hello again, my friend. How can I do for you? How's Alexander doing? He's adjusting with difficulty. Your friend Dietrich took a chance in sending his nephew to us. I will do my best to justify his faith in him. I'll be good. Gonna take a break before we start the next run. But we're gonna be doing Eigers. Go. And I do have that. Okay, cool. Alright, so quick BRB. Alrighty, let's get into it. Shutting this. The keys next door to the cruise bazaar and an object lesson in anarchy gone wrong. Violent gangs rule the streets here, trading territory to the roar of gunfire. The streets are a war zone. As dangerous as Shutton Nest already is, it can be worse. The gangs are vicious but disorganized. They pose little risk to their neighbors, with little more than a makeshift barricade and a few volunteers. The cruise bazaar has successfully insulated itself from the chaos of its neighboring keys. The engineer could change all of that, as he has to be stopped, and the F state as a whole needs to be alerted to what his clients are trying to do. It's up to you and Iger to make sure that happens. As you near the edge of the cruise bazaar, the familiar piss and asphalt stench of the Shut Nest crawls into your nostrils and sticks to the back of your throat. The dilapidated husks of burnt out buildings loom above you, giving the place an air of menace. I was hoping I'd put this place behind me after Humanus run. Yeah, I'm with you there. She wrinkles her nose. Funny thing is, a syndicate presence might actually help Shut Nest. In the short term, at least. They'd clean up the streets, if nothing else. Don't tell me you're changing your mind. Not for a second. A syndicate, any syndicate, in Shut Nest would be a disaster for the cruise bazaar. Let the people on the other side of the gate deal with their own problems. I won't allow my home to be endangered for their sake. You again? Well, you ignored my warning last time and you ain't dead, so I guess you can handle yourself. Let him through, Sergey. Cardboard boxes filled with makeshift bedding. A homeless person must be using it before midnight. There's luck. You find a basic uncertified cred stick underneath the pillow. Leave it. Grandpa getting up ahead. Maybe there's a way around. I got pots and pans. You need pots and pans? No, but some info would be. Do you see any friends of Rambach show up lately? Yeah, sure I have. What's it to you? The woman eyes you up and down, clearly waiting for you to make an offer. And over 15. Yeah, just trying to help out. They're just down the street, in the warehouse with the grass in front. New guy showed up a few days ago. Seems like a bigwig. They've been moving product through there ever since. Kind of product. That'd cost you extra, sweetie. Is it important? Yeah, sure, why not? Drugs, guns, the usual. Seems like more drugs than guns lately, so maybe things will pick up around. Thanks. No problem, honey. I got the best deals on pots and pans this side of Spandau. What do you want? Just looking for some information. Bet you are. I've seen your type before. You're probably looking for someone or looking for something that's been stolen. Either way, the Rambok won't be happy about you sticking your nose into the shot nest. I'm new in town. What's hot around here? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. All there is to do in shot nest is get your arse beat by gangs until you decide to join. Which gang are you in? I'm still in the former camp. I've heard what the Rambok do to haze new members. I'll take getting pushed around every once in a while over that. All right, I'm leaving. Engines still warm, colors and on the tail. Okay. Decking. And there, that's our man. Gotta cover up here, right here. We don't want that conjurer doing anything funny. Conjurer did something funny. boy. Could you please stop doing that? Fucking A, really? Okay. How am I supposed to use it on him? He stays out of range the entire fucking time. I'll like drag this guy back to the warehouse. We're gonna find out what he knows. The engineer lies splayed out on the ground, his body trembling violently. Iger shoves a bottle up his nose and squeezes. The engineer shudders violently, then the trembling begins to subside. She glances at you. An aerosol BZD to help with seizures. Bannock was kind enough to include it in his goodie bag. He won't last long, but it should give Yuli here enough muscular control to answer a few questions. The engineer's voice comes out in a trembling stutter. Fuck you, troll. Edgar raises an eyebrow. See? He's talking already. The engineer's eyes burn with hate. Beads of sweat dot his brow as he struggles to control the tremors that wreck his body. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and releases it slowly. The trembling begins to subside. Feeling better, Yuli? Ready to chat? Slowly, the orc's eyes shift from Iger to you. I know the troll bitch. We have history, but you You are stranger to me. Are you sure that you have the stomach for this stranger? Oh, you do. I have the stomach for all sorts of things. Things that you can't even imagine, Yuli. The Shadowrunner thinks he can frighten me. His voice sounds stronger now. The stutter that marred his speech has almost completely faded away. How adorable. Oh, Yuli, you should be frightened. She slaps him across the face, splitting his lip down the middle. The impact sounds like a gunshot. You're in serious trouble, my friend. Iger leans toward the engineer. He recoils, grinding the back of his head against the grease-stained Duraplast tiles. You're helpless, a fucking cripple. Her voice comes out in a snarl. But if you answer our questions, things will go easier for you. So tell us, whose payroll are you on? She grabs a fistful of the orc's hair and lifts his head. Her face is inches from his. Tell us who sent you to Shot Nest. There's a long pause. Eventually, the engineer looks away. All right, you want to know so badly? I'll tell you. Tamanas sent me here. They want to use Shot Nest as a base of operations in Berlin. My point of contact is a ghoul named Beetle. He leans forward and locks eyes with Iger. There, you've got your intel. Now set me free or kill me. Merry Christmas. How you doing, Fiery Cat? Yuli. Iger leans back, shaking her head. You wouldn't roll over on an employer this evening. Your rep tells me that much. He raises an eyebrow in the look of mock astonishment.
I'm good, just hanging out on hardcore. Wow.
Nice. No? Nah, I guess right. You're jerking us around. You wanted a name? I gave you a name. Want more? I can give you those too. I can name you 100 clients who'd love a piece of Shot Nest. How do you intend to determine who really sent it? Got a couple of the engineer smirks. You can try beating the truth out of me. You can try cutting on me. Get creative with the pliers if you like. Every time you hurt me, I'll give you a different name. Torture me or don't, it'll all end the same way. I'll be dead, you'll know nothing for certain, and my clients will move ahead on schedule. Help us out then. If you're already dead, why care about being a snitch? He snores. I won't give your she-troll the satisfaction. She wants it, that's why she won't get it. Iger's hands bunch into fists. She's still smiling, but you can feel the heat of hatred behind her eyes. If you don't start telling me what I want to hear in the next 30 seconds, this is going to get messy. You know that look, Yuli. I'd start talking if I were... The engineer cuts you off. A perverse smile has spread across his face. You know, Iger. He takes a moment pronouncing the name, savors it. I'd like to tell you a story. We share so much history. Iger says nothing, but her eyes narrow. The engineer continues, his grin broadening. This is a funny story. It's a story about your time in the KSK. A story about futility. I can tell you all about the many lives you've touched. And how the syndicates touched them again afterward. Would you like that? There's a long pause. Eventually, Iger turns to face you. Necrometer, do me a favor. Sweep the building for intel. Anything that we might have missed on the way in. Yeah, I'm on it. Take good care of our friend here. She shoots a disgusted glance at your captive. Yeah, don't worry. I will. Courier drone. Generic courier drone has been snapped together out of prefab parts from a dozen different manufacturers. It's cheap. It's a cheap utilitarian thing, remarkable only in that it's so incredibly plain. A half-bright teenager could cobble something like this together in an afternoon. The drone sits on a charging cradle, its turbofan unpowered. A cheerful green light blinks on its front panel to remind you that it's still active. You can see the silhouette of something under the flimsy plastic dome of the drone's cargo compartment. Whatever this thing was here to deliver, it's still carrying. Cargo container. You depress the catch on the container's plastic lid rather than swinging open. The lid slides back to reveal a touchpad. It looks as though this thing is password locked. Examine the drone more closely. Taking a closer look, you notice something strange. There's a set of electrical contact plates lining the lip of the drone's cargo compartment. It's a fair bet that this thing is outfitted with an anti-tampering system of some kind. Step away. Broken body of a human man lies on the floor. His face is a mess of fresh cuts and congealing blood, and his head is oddly deformed. Despite his wounds, his mouth is twisted into a macabre smile. Judging by the shape of the ganger's head, you'd guess that his skull had been fractured in at least 3 places. The center of his forehead is particularly gruesome. It looks soft, as though the skin were stretched like between shards of broken bone. Looking up, you can see a great smear of gore on the door of the room you found him in. The implications are clear. The man bashed his own head in, trying to get out, and he did it with a smile on his face. His hands were badly broken, too. You've seen these sorts of injuries after bare-knuckle fistfights, but never anything this severe. The man punched something hard and went on punching until his hands were reduced to useless slabs of meat. There's a small ledger lying on this crate. The cover is cheap leatherette, and the paper is tissue-thin newsprint. At least the pages. The pages are filled to overflowing with handwritten text. You don't recognize the language, but judging by the accent marks, you'd guess it's a Scandinavian tongue. While you can't read it, the arrangements of the text tells you that the ledger is primarily being used as an address book. Move on.
Tomorrow is the reading stream, yeah.
Yes, it is. Hopefully starting at 7, but it will be somewhat dependent on when I can get home. I'll update in my Discord if I have to do a little bit later.
What are you reading?
Mostly some Edgar Allan Poe. And a piece by W. Andrews, and then a season appropriate story. It's gonna only be like an hour-long thing, but
Nice. Hope to catch it.
I'm a big bye Zach. Big Edgar Allan Poe fan, and W wrote the original thing that kind of gave us the idea of what a monkey's paw is. So as you approach, you can see the engineer's chest is sheeted with blood. Most of it seems to be streaming down from his nose, which has been crushed into a wad of bloody meat. Iger turns to face you. Her clenched fists are dripping red. Find anything? She speaks to you through clenched teeth. Her voice sounds strained. Her cheeks are flushed. The hell is this, Iger? This fearless leader is justice. She rubs the back of her hands on a rag. If you knew half of what this bastard has done, if you'd heard the things he just told me, you'd do the same. Maybe so, but you're on edge and I need you calm. Beating him is helping. She pauses and turns away. Just tell me what you found. Yes, please. The engineer's voice is thick and wet. He smiles through a set of Gore Street teeth. Enlighten us. Found this ledger. I don't recognize the language, but it looks Scandinavian. Iger leafs through the journal, quickly flipping the soy calf stained pages. Norwegian, maybe. I'm thinking that this is written in Buckmal. She frowns. I can't read it, but it looks like a shipping manifest. Yeah, something like that. There are a lot of addresses in there. She rifles through the pages, flipping the cheap paper with her thumbnail. Looks like addresses all the way through. Some are annotated, but I can't see any names. 2/3 of the way through the book, she stops short. Find something interesting? Wordlessly, she turns the journal around. At the top of the page, written in a different hand, is a single word. It's written in English, but you can't understand it all the same. But you can understand it all the same. Wednesday. She nods. Yeah, not particularly helpful without a full date, but I guess it's something. Of course, Wednesday might not refer to a day of the week at all. It could be a code for something. Taken out of context like this, it's impossible to say. So what do you make of this? This should be good. Iger ignores him. Her gaze remains fixed on the book. It might be nothing, or it could mean that he's back in bed with the Lobachevsky Syndicate. Engineer holds his silence. Did you find anything else? We need to be sure about this before moving forward. Found a body in the other room. From the looks of him, he tried to use his head to beat down a steel reinforced door. Interesting, but not unusual in these parts. There are all kinds of drugs that can make a person act that way, and most of them aren't hard to get in a place like this. In a place like Shotnest. Have you found anything else? Must have missed something. I'll keep searching. The plastic lid of the cargo container pops open with a click. Inside you find what appears to be a homemade SimSense chip. It sits securely in a custom-made plastic bracket. Take the chip. You pop the chip out of the bracket and pocket it. A few seconds later, an angry hissing sound comes from somewhere deep within the drone. Step back. As you step away from the drone, the hissing sound grows into a roar. Bright white sparks spit out from the drone's melting chassis and streaks across the room. You've seen this kind of reaction before. Thermite. Whoever built the drone must have wired it with a self-destruct device. Within seconds, all that's left of the little drone is a molten wreck on the charging cradle. Foul-smelling, smoke pours from the remains. You steal another glance at the chip that you recovered and turn away. There are a pair of courier drones in the other room. No markings. They look custom built. One of them had been slagged, but the other had the chip in its storage compartment. When you produce the chip, Iger's eyes widen slightly. The engineer's eyes widen slightly. He turns his head and coughs, racking his body. Interesting. This means something to you, Yuli? Iger takes a chip from you and holds it up to the light. No identifying markings. I've seen enough BTLs in my time to know one when I see it, but this is different. It's been modified somehow. Go ahead and slot it, bitch. It'll take you on the ride of your life. Iger smiles and raises an eyebrow. Smack him for me, will you? I'm busy. Your face connects with the ruined meat of the engineer's nose. He coughs, chokes on his own blood, then spits a wad of it on your chest. I don't know what you're holding. You don't know what you're holding, Slag. He spits the words out like venom. His eyes are locked on the chip in Iger's hand. Slowly, he licks his lip. You don't deserve to touch that chip. Well, this guy was a professional. He is. I know his rep. I know that he's much too careful to get himself addicted to Sims. She glances at the engineer. His eyes are locked on the chip. If these things have him hooked this badly, they must be even more addictive than the standard BTLs. That's a frightening thought. You're telling me the last thing we need is more Sim junkies on our streets. She turns to face the engineer. You got anything to add to that, Yuli? You have no idea how wrong you are about all of this. He struggles to rise from the floor, but his muscles refuse to cooperate. Finally, he gives up with a scowl. If I could move my arms, I'd take that chip from you and show you what it does. I'm sure that you would. She glances over her shoulder at you. Good find, Necrometer. We've struck a nerve. Any other thoughts? Yeah, actually, I think I might know where the other chip went. Remember that body I found in the other room? Yeah, good thought. Go check it out, but be quick. I don't know how long before it'll be before we have company. The ruined body lies in a crumple on the floor. Its fractured skull glistens wetly. Peeling back the patch of matted hair, you find something that the casual viewer would have missed. The man had a chip jack. It's a cheap model, sufficient for loading SimSense chips and BTLs, but little else. It doesn't take much effort for you to pry it open. Inside the chip jack, you find a glob of plastic. It looks as though whatever this guy was running melted down after sometime after he slotted it. A chip jack like this couldn't generate enough heat to destroy a SimSense chip. The only logical conclusion is that the chip itself was wired to melt down after use. Take the burned out chip and leave. The engineer's eyes remain locked on the chip. His face has gone pallid white. His shirt is drenched with sweat. His eyes bulge and his breathing is heavy. Find what you were looking for? Yeah, I pried his chip jack open and found a blob of melted plastic inside. It's still warm to the touch. Iger examines the remnants of the chip in your fingers. I've heard of things like this before. Single-use SIMs, designed to self-destruct after they're slotted, keeps the customers from reusing the same BTL over and over again. I'd say you found our missing chip. I agree, but the ganger who slotted this wasn't blissed out like a normal sim junkie. He was almost the opposite. He looked wild, like a madman. I don't know who would willingly kill himself. His body enjoyed every second of it. This isn't a BTL. BTLs don't make you cave your own skull in. Engineer lets out a chuckle. It's a hoarse barking sound. You don't know a damn thing. Why don't you educate us? The chip doesn't drive you insane. It opens your eyes. His voice grows in volume, becomes ragged. Slot one and you become a god. Iger stares at him, her expression flat. The engineer sneers. I too was a skeptic. Then the wolf caught me, and the raven opened my eyes, and now at last I can see. He suddenly he lurches forward. Every muscle in his body goes tight, and the cords stand out on his neck. Give me the chip. It was promised to me. I need it. Tell who you're working for, and it's all yours. The engineer spits out a mouthful of blood. It hits the tile floor with a sickening splat. He grinds his teeth, then snarls out a single word. Winter night. There's a moment of silence. Finally, Iger speaks. Never heard of them. Of course you haven't, bitch. If you had, you'd already be dead. They don't leave loose ends. His body begins to tremble. It looks like the drugs are wearing off. They have money, she-troll. Money and influence, enough to put the syndicate to shame. Even I cannot say how much, but I do know that what I've seen is just the spear. All right, let's say you're telling the truth and some sort of secret society behind it. What do they want with Shotnet? They do not tell me these things. All I know is that they will want to store things here. Crates, boxes shipped in from all over. No cargo inspections and no traces back to them. What are they shipping in? Weapons, drugs, more of these BTLs? He eyes her incredulously. You think that I asked them? It is not in my place to know. Go. Go. All that I know is what was promised to me. Give me the chip. His voice comes out in a shivering screech. You promised. He promised you the chip. Iger smiles at the engineer slowly as she pulls a knife from her belt. Its serrated edge glints in the light. I, on the other hand, didn't offer you a goddamn thing. You there? She leans in to look the engineer in the eye. She grins. Bye, Yuli. She plunges her blade into the engineer's throat. The orc lets out a startled, gurgled sound, thrashes, and then dies. Iger wipes her hands clean, then looks up, an expression of grim satisfaction on her face. Well, that takes care of that. Thanks for the assist, fearless leader. Anytime. Ready to head back to the cruise bazaar? We need to let the F-State know about this. Hang on a second. We should search the body first. Who knows? Maybe he has some additional evidence on him, or in him. She taps a finger against his forehead. Could be that he had a headwear storage. He has headwear storage. We won't know until we go digging. All right, let's get this over with. Time passes. The job is long and unpleasant, but eventually you find something. A hidden storage compartment in one of the engineer's cyber arms. Deactivated as his cyberware is, it takes some prying to get it open, but Iger leans in and puts some muscle into it. With a metallic snapping sound, the compartment yawns open. Iger reaches in and pulls out a cylindrical object about the size of a beer can. She inspects it and a smile creeps across her face. What the hell is that? He holds the object up for your inspection. This, my friend, is a pulse grenade. Last I heard, the Russian military were developing them as a crowd dispersal device, but that was years ago. Looks like Yuli kept a memento of his time in the Spetsnaz. She examines the grenade with a critical eye. Looks like typical Russian engineering. Funky, but functional. If I took this thing apart, I bet I could figure out how they made it. Well, you've got what you wanted. Let's get the hell out of here. She dips her hand into the secret compartment one more time. Just a second. I think there might be... Without warning, the engineer's cyberarm begins to twitch. His body bucks convulsively while his dead eyes stare straight ahead. Iger snatches her hand back and steps backward. What the heck? The engineer's body surges forward, a violent, convulsive motion. His eyes bulge out of his skull. Then his chest evaporates in a spray of light. As you watch, the chemical fire that rages from the engineer's body blackens his flesh and spits sparks across the room. It's the same reaction you saw when the drone went up, a thermite reaction. His employers, Winter Night, they might have implanted that thing in him. Yeah, must have. I'm willing to bet that if we hadn't used the cyberware deactivator on him, he'd have gone up before he had the chance to spill any names. If you're looking for further proof, I think this was it. Yeah, looks that way. Let's go. People need to know about this. Cruise Bazaar? Yes. The U-Bahn whisks you back to the cruise bazaar, toward the cruise bazaar. Iger standing by your side, the image of the engineer's body disintegrating in flame replays itself over and over in your mind. The bright flash, the shower of sparks, the overpowering stench of sizzling meat. A blue-green afterimage hangs suspended in the center of your field of vision, and it refuses to be blinked away. From what Iger told you, the engineer was a menace, an international criminal at the top of his game. As you watched, he was consumed from within by a device that marked him as disposable. The rattle of your U-Bahn car coming to a halt shakes you from your reverie. You're home. What's that? Necrometer, what can I do for you? We should talk about what happened with the engineer. She nods. Agreed. I'm ready to go over it if you are. The engineer was working for a secret society. I wasn't expecting that. Neither was I. She frowns. Part of me is still having trouble believing it, but it's true. Yuli wasn't lying. I could see it in his eyes. Have you been able to do any digging on Winter Night? No, there just isn't much reliable information out there. Whoever these guys are, they're very good at information control. None of my contacts could find anything but rumor and conjecture, and most of that is too crazy to even consider. How crazy are we talking here? Completely insane. Stories about magical nukes and the end of the world. Fenris shamans, Ragnarok, that kind of thing. She shakes her head. Like I said, nuts. A lot of crazy things going on in this world. It doesn't mean they're not real. She nods slowly. Yes, there are, and no, it doesn't. But this is just too far out for me to accept. It's more likely that they release these stories themselves to throw people off what they're really doing. Anyway, we stopped them cold and shut, Nest. Whatever their business is, whatever was going to be in those crates that the engineer was having shipped there, it isn't our problem anymore. Here's Bazaar is safe, on that front at least. Hope you're right. Chin up, fearless leader. We did good back there. Besides which, we still have a dragon to worry about. When I left the room to search for clues, the engineer told you something. Something that pushed you over the edge. Alright, Nero. That son of a bitch said a lot of things. What of it? You knew that we needed him, but you beat him badly. I'm worried about that lapse of control. You don't need to be. There's nothing wrong with my self-control. I made a choice to unload on Yuli because he was a murderous asshole. I knew how much pressure to apply, which bones to break, and which ones to leave alone. I did all of those. Why? What did he tell you that push you to that point? It takes her a long time to respond. When she does, her voice carries a tone of resignation. You really want to know? Alright, fine, I'll tell you. He told me about a bunch of Polish towns that my unit swept for the syndicate activity. He told me how the mob poured back in right after we left, and what they did to the people who'd accepted our help. He told me about the beatings, the rapes, the killings, the killing rooms, and the torture, and worse. He relished in describing it, the relentless, hideous barbarism of it all. All meant to teach some sort of lesson. I think that's the cruelest part of this entire story. Those people, they didn't need a lesson in how terrible life can be. They live with that every day. Yuli seemed to find all of this hilarious. Yeah, I know that he was pushing my buttons on purpose, and yeah, I know he was trying to make me lose control. But the hell with it. He deserved a good beating. Very sick. Yuli didn't pull any punches, so I didn't pull any punches. And if you have a problem with that, you can go and get fucked. My problem isn't with Yuli getting punished, it's with the fact that you let him play. Maybe, but I can't ignore the possibility that he wasn't playing. That these things did happen. She grits her teeth. That'd be a bitter pill to swallow. If I leave things where they stand, there'll always be some hope that he was lying. But if I dig into this and find that he was telling the truth, if I find that none of what we did meant anything, even if he was telling the truth, it doesn't invalidate what your unit was doing over there. Doesn't it? Our actions might have drawn attention to those people, made them target. They were already targets. You need to quit beating yourself up over that period. It isn't like you. She gives you a brusque nod. You're right. It isn't. No more moping about, I promise. And I will look into this Necrometer. Wherever this trail leads me, I'll follow, and I won't stop until I find the truth. Good to hear. For a second there, I thought you'd gone soft on me. She scoffs at you.
50 crimes of Zag.
50 crimes of Zag. Me? Go soft? Not on your life, fearless leader. After we've dealt with our current predicament, I'll dig as deep as I need to get to the bottom of this. For now, though, we should get back on task. When you're ready to start looking, you can call on me for help. I've got your backpack. She nodded. I know it, and I'm glad. Now let's change tack. Is there anything else from the run that you'd like to go over? She folds her arms across her chest. If you have any thoughts, I want to hear them. You said you thought you could reverse engineer that pulse grenade you pulled from the engineer. Any luck with that? Yeah, actually, it wasn't too difficult to pull the thing apart and see what made it tick. She smiles. Making one of my own was a different story, but I got it in the end. She reaches into her desk and grabs a cylindrical object. Gently, she lifts it up and hands it to you. Meet the newest addition to my arsenal. I call it the voltaic grenade. It's based on the same principles as the Russian pulse grenade, but with a few tweaks of my own. Nice, you said these things were designed for crowd control? Originally, yeah, mine has a lot more bite, though. I bumped up the amperage quite a bit. When that thing goes off, it'll both shut down the nervous system and cook the organs of anyone in the blaster. And back to the grenade. Sounds nasty. She nods and tucks the weapon back into her desk. It is. You wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of one of these. For now, I've only managed to make one voltaic grenade. These aren't the easiest things in the world to manufacture or the cheapest. She nods softly. But I should be able to scrounge up enough raw materials to put together a new one. Put a new one together between each round. Sounds good to me. We talk about something else. Don't have anywhere to be. If you have questions, ask away. That's all I got. Thanks for the time. Right now, probably going to be taking a break here just so we can get through the last of the stream. I'll be feeling fresh while we do it. But we're going to be doing the last run we need to be able to pay off Alice, and then it's basically Railroad City from there. So, be right back. All right. Let's go ahead and... I'm actually not going to do the one for Escabel. Because I'm getting a little burned out on the side quest. Sorry about that. Just wanted to get rid of that. Sitting there. So I keep trying to get into it. We're gonna go make money.
51 crimes.
51 crimes. Hi, buddy. Yeah. You decided you wanted to hang out in here? But you could be out there. I have the door to open for him if he wants to go, but I think he just wants to be where I am right now. Yeah? Okay. That's okay. Yeah. OTK International is a small-time software developer, and it shows. The company's main office is crammed up against the back wall of a massive shared office park. Surrounded by competing businesses and larger corporations, a steady trickle of dead-eyed wage slaves flows in and out of the complex. The office's main
He
park...
heard crimes and came to help.
Yeah. The office park's... The office park's main entrance is overflowing with hired security, but your forged keycard gets you past them easily enough. A few minutes later, you're walking the winding corridors towards OTK International. You're only a few smashed computers away from putting Amsel's plan into motion. Can I help you, sir? Passing through the main doors of OTK International, you find yourself in a stretch of industrial hallway. Apparently, the company is too small to warrant such amenities as a lobby or greeting area. The rest of your team is waiting for you at OTK's side entrance, outside the office park, beyond the reach of building security. Letting them in should be as easy as opening a service door. As you pass by the open door, you see a middle-aged wage slave working at a console. His back is facing the doorway. He doesn't seem to notice you. Get behind him. You begin creeping toward the wage slave. He's so engrossed in his work that he doesn't seem aware of anything else. Just over halfway across the room, the wage slave's body tenses. He begins to turn in the seat. Duck and hide behind the nearest desk. The wage slave completes his turn. He stares blankly at the door for a moment, then shakes his head. He mutters something about needing more sleep, rubs his eyes, then returns to his work. You resume creeping across the room. Seconds later, you're right behind him. Wage slave simultaneously leaps out of his chair and attempts to whirl towards you. His knee smashes into the corner of his desk and he goes crashing to the ground, wailing. Offer your hand to help him up. Sorry to startle you. I'm new here. I just wanted to introduce myself. He reaches up with a scowl and clasps your hand. Slowly and painfully, he pulls himself up to his feet. Going to give somebody a heart attack sneaking around like that. Not the best way to make a first impression. He rubs his knee with a scowl. Right, new guy, what's your name? Jonathan. I'm a contractor. Look, I've been here for 36 hours and I was supposed to clock out 45 minutes ago. Do you need something from me? Because if you don't, I'm out of here. Nothing that can't wait until morning. Go get some rest. You look like you could use it. Yeah, crunch time again. Gotta love it. With a keystroke, he locks the console and turns to the door. Good night, pal. There's the drawers. Investigate the lock drawer. Examine the lock further. No visible keyhole, no input pad, no card reader. The lock must be controlled to the computer drawer alone. Terminal. Correct the password. Unlock the drawer. Got supervisor's ID badge. The way. Standing in the hallway is a janitor, a tired-looking woman in her mid-30s. She is staring at you, her eyes wide with surprise. You can't help but notice the alarm panel set into the wall just behind her. With a flick of her wrist, she can make your job infinitely more complicated. Oh, excuse me, you startled me there. A look of confusion crosses the janitor's face as her eyes flit from you to your teammates, the door that you just let them in through. You're suddenly aware of how very out of place you look in this building, and the furrow in the janitor's brow tells you that she's made the same observation. Who are you exactly, and how did you get into this building? Old friend of development lead. We shared a dorm room together at the University of Berlin. With the night crew, just went out for a soy calf. Uh-huh. The janitor does not sound convinced. So where is it? Soy calf. Drinking on my way back to the office. I ran into a homeless guy on my way back to the office. I'm tired, but he needed it more than I did. The janitor stops for a second to consider. Yeah, okay, that's fair. She offers you a weak smile. Sorry about the attitude. I haven't got much sleep lately either. Between the hours here and a toddler at home, I'm pretty much a wreck. Look, I don't want to give you the third degree, but they've been harping so much about lax security that I have to. Everyone do your part and all that. So I've got to ask, why are you still in your street clothes? You know how seriously they take the dress code here, especially if you work in one of the server rooms. Oh, there's this truck C and it splashed all this filthy water from the gutter and I got hosed. All of you? What, were you like walking single file along the curb? More or less. We were waiting for a traffic light to change. Look, would you rather we change back into our muddy clothes? We can do that if you need us to. Janitor lets out a weary sigh. Her body language is easy to read. She's officially tired of this conversation. No, of course not. She pauses for a moment, weighing her options, and then her shoulders relax. She's evidently come to a decision. Okay, fine. You can head on in. I won't rat you out security. She makes a faint waving gesture in the direction of the door. But just this once, understand? I can't go making a habit of this. Nod at her. Thanks. Blaster, erosion, killer, medic, suppression, attacker and shield ISPs. Okay, let me get back out. Halt, this is a restricted area. The guard raises his weapon. His voice is brimming with excitement. Show me your ID. Now. Yeah, it's right here. He squints at your badge, scowling. After a few seconds, he lowers his weapon. Sorry to have bothered you, sir. You're cleared to be here, but stay where I can see you. Don't leave this room. Don't worry, I won't. Blaster, erosion, killer, medic, suppression, and the ISP. attacker. Apparently, I need to improve my ISP or ESP. Troll. You. Wow. Kiss it. I could try to go get some extra things, but honestly, I just want to finish this run. Go to a new location. Yeah, sure. I think this run gets real complicated and long, and it's already nearly 6, so I'm probably just gonna stop so I can make myself dinner, make make my cat some dinner. Listen, dinner. Uh, the U-Bahn ride home is smooth and uneventful. The higher ups at OTK International must have been scrambling to try and recover their losses. It's only a matter of time before they make the call to Amsel's compromised data. And make the call, and Amsel's compromised data is uploaded to Knight Errant's comlink. You're going to be rolling into as technology with the one hell of an advantage. Not bad for a night's work. I should probably level that stuff up a little bit. I do really actually want to play Shadowrun with people. All right, but let's go ahead and save it here. Because now we are set up to, and I'll probably start playing this game again tomorrow after we do the reading stream. But right now what I'm planning on, I think, doing is we'll do the reading stream. We'll raid out. I'll maybe take a quick little break. And then I'll get stream started up again. And then we'll get through as much as we possibly can tomorrow night. And then we'll be able to just see how things go. I need to modify some of the stuff that you see around here because I want to have things a little more clean for the stream tomorrow. We're going to modify I've been meaning to anyway. Modify the chatting screen for a little bit. And it'll probably just be a placeholder. It'll be removing some elements and then getting some other stuff done. Let's see who's live. None of our usual friends are. Oh no, Tinsara's live. Just remember, Tinsara's stream is a PG stream, so keep your language friendly over there. Out of my usual profanity. But they're currently playing some Marvel Strike Force, and they're just generally all around good people. Tend to do a lot of things with their community, and they play a lot of actually fairly accessible games. So, yeah, that's about it. Again, we'll be playing some Shadowrun tomorrow. After the reading stream tomorrow, hopefully 7 p.m. Hoping it'll be able to start like right on time. We'll see. Isaac. And I gotta go get some stuff prepped. I want to maybe have some things printed out for all that and all that kind of stuff. Can I help you, sir? I see. Well, yeah. So, until then, be excellent to each other, be excellent to yourselves. See you in the next.